If you are excited...
All right, I'm back again. I'm going to quickly work on something different. Not for too long. Just gonna get the quick basics done. Oh boy, down. Let me make sure chat is working again. Hold on, it likes to break on me. How come I can't clear chat? All right. Nope. Here. Here. No, see. Hopefully I did it. Yeah, I did it. And there you go. And back to YouTube. All right, there it goes. Everything's working. So I am doing Jaro with Batman. He's fucking cute, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody do Jaro. So I'm doing one of Jaro and Batman hugging. Shit. Let's see. I end up getting more with that one. Actually, can I? There it is. Ah, everybody does that. Okay. Actually, no, maybe. Still gotta work on my overlay, I mean my UI settings, so. And half after. Let's see. Oops. Actually, put that far. Oh, 400. Ah, it's not gonna let me. I split it. I should have. I mean, just do it again. Let's see if I can find a picture of him from the side or somewhere on the side. Oh, he's pretty flat. Okay, so he's not that big. Actually, I'm not going to change the size yet, just because when I shrink them, it'll be easier. Detailing. I think Jarl's the only person that fucking Batman actually shows like proper love to. Cut him again afterwards, just so he has a proper nose. Actually, we'll actually put it hide there. Mm, yeah. Of course it does that. Alright. This one. This one. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna fix his shape later because he is not symmetrical shit. But I'm mostly doing this to get Batman pose down more. That's perfect. It'll do for now. Okay, 23 minutes. I don't really want to do this past an hour. So. Oops. Oops. Let me say before, my like I've been having this horrible bad luck for shit crashing and okay, let's see. I think I'm just gonna add in the horns separate so I can get them exactly where I want them. Yeah, I don't like the way those horns are. Alright, that's Let's. HDI is after. I wonder why it's doing that. Let's just paint it then. Ah, damn. Didn't realize it was pushing that part. I'll freaking cut it later after I animate it. Okay. Good thing is, it's not gonna be too hard, but it's not gonna be a full piece. I think I'm just gonna make it like a bust, just because it's supposed to be focusing on both of them. And Let's see. Oh, about to stop doing this. I actually gotta lower that part of the mask. I just realized. Hey Tech, how you doing? All right. Just wanted to quickly work on this Batman Jaro piece. Okay, so that doesn't work from that angle. It's in the wrong way. So, but the chest piece turned out like that. It's fucking weird. What you making to eat? I gotta fix this part. Okay, so that's not letting me do that, so we're gonna make a new one and cut it. This one. Typing sounds. The hell's that? Did you type typing sounds or was that something else? Oh, you mean the phone? Gotta lower the top of his head quite a bit. What was it? It's a little different one. Can't remember which I used to get that look. I think it's that one. Yeah, it's that one. Sketch coming. Yeah. I'm just debating right now. Like, do I want this to be the entire piece or just the bust? Welcome back. And I'll be back. I gotta use the restroom. No, I'm gonna go potty. You stay here. Stay. All right, I'm back. Thanks. All right, let's see. I almost feel like it's still the wrong one. Guess I'll just put this on now. Thanks. I think I need to reduce these bars a bit. I think they're too, like, I guess it's the cape that makes it weird since you can see his waist here. Yeah, bat butt is it coming from? And these two turn his legs a bit. Oops. I don't know why I'm messing with this cape so much because I'm gonna move it. He's gonna be freaking hugging Jarl, so. And I gotta do the bat sign after, which shouldn't be too bad. But let's see. Jarl. Oh yeah, Bat Starman. Alright, save this now. Time to open Wonder Woman again. I don't feel like getting up to go get water. Closer. If anybody's wondering who I'm making, of what I'm making, and why the little starfish is there. There it is, that one. That's what I'm doing. What is that character? And I will be doing it in this pose. That one. Oh, like I said, I'm just debating if I'm gonna make it a bust or make it a full thing. I think it'd just be better as a bust because he's so small that I think it would be better like that. If I can make it work, the other thing I might do is I might make it where you could swap it between the hug and you see on the bottom where he's just hanging out on the shoulder. That. Yeah, we'll see. And there it goes. All right. Time to poser. Center. Pick around here. I remember it was here. It goes like Ghost Rider, I think was here. No, I'm thinking of Molly. Fuck. There it is. I gotta redo these flap things. Well, not really redo them, just moving them. So let's see. After this, I gotta start smoothing out the hair and actually make it look better. I changed her face. Don't know how much it's noticeable. I changed her face, so didn't like the other face. I actually changed it like 4 times. And it looks a lot better. Um, she got ears again. Didn't have ears for me. So I like redid her face completely. So. I think the hair is gonna be a motherfucker though to do. I guess we'll start with the legs. That'll be easiest to move. Not gonna pose her legs until, I mean, her feet. So after I make the base so it actually fits properly. I'm gonna try something later too. Might make designing and posing a character easier, especially posing, so that I don't have to make things so divided. Are you kidding me? Come on, dude. This is shit that pisses me off with this fucking program. Just fucking crashes all the time now, dude. Damn, T-Pain did not fucking damn long. Man, I gotta wait forever for it to fucking make this backup. It doesn't do shit. Literally trash. What do you mean? I gotta spend some time really learning Blender so I don't have to deal with this shit no more. I mean, dude, it only crashes like I don't have any fucking problem. Like you saw the Batman, no problems. It just like randomly crashes during certain fucking things and shit. I have no fucking clue. Like it'll just corrupt one of the fucking files at some random ass fucking point. And then it turns in the legs into fucking tools. Like I fucking need that. I didn't create something new. I was literally posing the shit. Yeah, didn't see. It didn't even do any backups from all the other shit. Like it just makes a tool and that's it. So like everything else is like farther along the line and shit. That's what I'm saying. Like it's completely useless and shit. Ever since one of the updates has been doing that. Delete all the fucking, like you would think for a fucking $1,000 program that they would fucking get their shit together. Like one of the, like a few of the other people, but mostly this one guy I've been watching. He's been having the same problems ever since he updated as well. Max is on. See what the fuck is wrong. I'll be right back, chat. Gotta open the door. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Uh, okay. Try it again. I'm gonna save really fast. If it crashes. Thanks. Find out soon if it's gonna crash or not. You know, I should have known it was gonna crash because I saw something I've never seen before. If you look on the, so you can see on the there's a no, you guys can't. Actually, no, you can. All right, you see that? Nope, still can't highlight it. You see the yellow bar that's like coming and going? It's like showing a save progress. So it's like sometimes skipping by fast. Well, there's a smaller one under it. Let me see if I can at least move the mouse over to. Then you guys can see that. Well, there's that small right there, and that's the history, like the undo history. Well, on the previous one, the very first one was red. I've never seen that before. Before I forget, let me see. And it fucking crashed, dude. Fucking annoying. Dude, don't even bother saving. Just close the shit. Not like it saves any fucking. Dude, I literally didn't do anything. All I literally did was try to save, and it fucking crashed. Come on, you piece of shit. Holy fuck. Of course. Like, ever since I noticed I've been saving it like this, like the way you're already supposed to, it fucking takes longer to fucking load. It's like, I think I'm gonna go back to the other way of saving because I don't think I really had any crashes in that, man. I told you I was streaming. He's just waiting for you to close the door. On point, chat. Man, I should have been done with posing it by now, but no. Gotta be stupid. Oops. I wish I could just put like fucking check mesh integrate to all and then check mesh fix and shit, and it would just do all of them, and not me having to click here like an idiot for fucking 20 minutes. The sad thing is I've had items that I haven't touched for I don't know how long mess up when, like I said, I haven't done anything to them. So I gotta go through and check them all. So far, it's saying nothing's wrong with anything. So we're gonna try to save beginner now and watch it crash, I'm sure. Yeah, just fucking crash, dude. So fucking annoying. Don't fucking save, dude. You're not saving shit anyway, dude. I'm gonna save this the other way, and hopefully that's better than this shit. Cause you fuck off with that save. You never have anything for me to fucking get anyway, dude. Been like in this fucking mood and shit that I can't sculpt. Get my head on straight to sculpt, and when I finally am, this shit happens. Like, literally at this point, I wouldn't recommend this fucking program to anyone. Just because of how fucking much it just corrupts files over and over. I mean, unless you want to waste a fucking $1,000 and shit, by all means, get the fucking piece of shit. I'm just gonna mute myself and let it play fucking stuff again because I'm just not in a fucking good mood now.
Pipes by Plaid Shirt Moose. To fully understand this story, some background information is needed. It was 2014 when one of my grandmothers died, and so, as to not let the property go to waste, we decided to pay for it and do it up as a place to live in. My family was just renting the last place anyway, and it was quite expensive. Our new house took a while to become a suitable living area. The wallpaper in the outside of the house needed replacing, as well as the floorboards. So we ended up moving into the house in early 2015. The garden of our house is quite small, and out of the back of the garden, where I have never ventured because of rather horrifying looking grass and lots of uneven ground, there's a small building covered in ivy and barbed wire. Its significance to the story is essential. You'll see why later. So, my grandmother Josephine was an avid gardener. Avid. When we first moved in, I decided that I wanted to decorate the garden, and to do so, I needed to get rid of the old plants. Fuchsia, roses, loads of daffodils. They all needed to be sorted. I spent an entire morning sorting the place. It was around lunchtime when I made my discovery. Amidst the weeds right at the back, pipes. Small, worn-out looking pipes. Just there, poking out of the soil. Maybe they were for watering plant bulbs or something. That was the best explanation I could come up with. I called my dad to the garden. Look at this. Pipes. He came up with the same explanation as me. It was only later, when I'd sorted out all the plants, that I realized the pipes didn't lead to a single flower. Plumbing? If so, I shouldn't have been messing around with the pipes. They lead to the place I was talking about earlier. That small area behind the fencing of our garden. I left the situation alone for now. It came to July, when news arrived that construction companies were going to sort the old buildings behind the fencing out. I don't currently know what they wanted to build or establish. My dad, working for a large building construction company, was sent in to help. I didn't really care about that, but more news was soon to come. At the dinner table a few weeks later, my dad talked to me about the building. Turns out it was just a small shed. It was clear someone was staying there for a long time. It was clear someone was staying there a long time ago. According to him, there was a small sleeping bag. There were small sleeping bags inside the building, and the place absolutely stank. Weird thing was, there was no door of any kind leading in or out of the shed. The only place things could get in, but not out of, the building, was through small holes drilled into the side of the shed. Where did those holes in the side of the building lead to? You may have already guessed. They led to some small, worn-out looking pipes. Hey everybody, I'm starting something called the Dark Somnium livestream. And what this... I haven't driven since February 1998, but decomposed. Being stuck in traffic can be hell. Backed up for miles both ways, no end in sight. You start to wonder if you'll ever see moving pavement under you again. People can't just fucking drive anywhere. Everyone's like, oh, people are terrible drivers and such and such. But the hard truth of it is that I've been to a whole lot of places and it's a worldwide epidemic. I used to love driving. My friends and I would go on trips up and down the East Coast all the time. That drastically changed one night. I miss it sometimes, but you can never really scrape the image of dozens of people dying in front of your eyes out of your head. It was February 1998, and I had just come back from visiting my girl in the city, and I was headed back to my place in northern Jersey. It was a cold, rainy night, and we should have had snow, but it wasn't cold enough. Kind of ridiculous to say not cold enough in January, but I think you get my drift. The drive should have only taken about an hour or so, depending on traffic. But things were particularly clogged that night. Trying to find out if there was an accident, I started flipping through the stations, looking for a report, but came up with air. As soon as I hit George Washington, I knew something was wrong. Things had been slowing steadily up the bridge, but the second I got past the mouth, there was a huge jam. The rain that had been threatening us for the last hour or so started coming down in sheets, as if some great beast in the sky was shaking off its coat. And I hit the wipers. Between their swipes, I could see tons of cars ahead of me, and to the right and left, stretching across the entire length of the bridge. And the rear view showed the same. Great, I thought. Not gonna be home for at least another 3 hours with this shit. I shot a glance out the passenger window. I could barely see Rostock in the distance. The lights of the main picnic area are slowly being sucked into the encroaching darkness. A feeling of uneasiness started to creep up my spine, and I ignored it. Leaning back in my seat, I hummed along to the Chumbawamba's Tub Thumping. I hated that song, but it was popular, and you couldn't go more than half an hour without hearing it. Just as the first Danny Boy hit, I heard something else. Past the radio, past the obnoxious snarl of Dunstan Bruce's lazy voice, past the windows of my car, which were beginning to softly rattle. I heard a shrill noise that sounded like a siren. I jumped, torn from the queer catatonia the traffic brings. Suddenly aware of my surroundings. It was raining much harder, sounding like hail on the roof of my shitty old Toyota. I could barely see anything under the dull yellow light of the bridge's post lights, peering into the yawning darkness ahead of me. It was clear none of the cars had moved at all, as far as I could tell. There was no commotion, no trouble, so where the hell did the sound come from? Was I imagining it? Cars on the other side of the median were also stuck still. No traffic was moving either way. Rain filtered through the bright beams cast by the headlights. I could see the faces of drivers, craning their necks all around, looking for something. A source. They heard it too. My windows began vibrating harder, more noticeably, starting to actually rattle against the door. I touched mine, feeling a deep hum inside the glass. I reached to turn the radio off, but the second my hand touched the dial, the volume flared up like I'd cranked it in the wrong direction. Desperately, I tried to turn it off, but it just seemed to get louder. Even with my hands clapped over my ears, I could still hear it bleat.
Drinks the lager drink.
He drinks the cider. Another siren tearing through the radio waves. Another wave of flexing glass.
Songs that remind him of the best times.
Squinting into the dark, I could see the other drivers all frantically moving within their cars, pounding at the dashboard with their fists and trying to get out of the cars, yanking on the door handles. I grabbed at mine, unlocking it, and tried to open it. It was stuck. Just as I thought my head was going to explode from the sound of my own heart pounding in my ears, the music cut out, leaving the air heavy, pregnant. Then, louder than anything else, louder than a jet engine taking off, louder than what I imagine the world's end sounds like, the siren rang out a third time. Where the first two times had been high and shrill, this one was carried by a deep, throaty bellow. It came from everywhere, inside the car, from the radio, the air surrounding the bridge, directly in front of me, behind me. It assaulted my ears like the wasted orgasm of something from the Mariana Trench. And then, the first explosion happened. People were screaming. The sound was faint against the yell of the siren, but I could hear it. I could see them, men, women, and children in the surrounding cars, all panicking. The bridge rocked. I could feel it sway just the slightest, groaning over the roar of the wind, still whipping the rain into a frenzy. My mind jumped to terrorist attacks. Just last year, we'd had the Empire State Building shootings, and everyone was still on edge. Another explosion. More rocking, more screaming. I tried the handle again. I don't know what I was thinking, trying to get out of the car with a possible bombing happening, but the brain sometimes doesn't function all that well in moments of panic. I looked over to the car next to mine, to my left. A man was driving, a woman sitting in the passenger seat. I could see a young boy sleeping in the back, probably no more than 8 or 9. The car started rocking. The people inside were getting frisky, but there was definitely nothing X-rated going on, just panic and fear. The man, who had been pounding on the door and shouting just a moment before, suddenly stopped, folding his hands in front of him on his lap. He leaned back his head into the headrest. A small smile rolled across his lips. The woman turned to him. She was saying something, her lips moving. She started shaking him when he didn't respond. From somewhere off behind me, a trio of explosions rang out like gunfire. Fascinated, glued to my seat in this unwanted hell, I watched as the woman shook the man harder and harder, but he remained silent, unmoving, apparently extremely content in the moment. Something moved in his face, something bigger than a smile. I pressed my face into the rain-covered window in an attempt to get a better look. I realized that his skin had shifted, as though a giant wart had suddenly popped up on his cheek. Then, one appeared on his forehead, another 2 on his neck. The woman jumped back, and I could finally hear her screaming his name. John. John's skin continued to jump, producing the quickest case of overblown cystic nightmare acne I had ever seen. It took over his entire face, perverting the skin into a soft, bubbling pillow, and he finally burst. The contents of his body covered the woman in a steaming layer of carnage. She vomited on herself, turning the inside of the car into a variable human rainbow. Shrieking like a full-on alley cat fight, she slammed her fist into the window over and over, and I saw the first boil pop up on her skin, just under her left eye. She reached up to it, her hand shaking, the skin of her fingers beginning to raise in inch-long puffs, and tried to push it down. The skin caught on her nail and popped like a cherry tomato, spraying the window in a vertical arc. another 2 lumps jumped in to replace their fallen brethren, and she began throwing herself into the window, flailing with everything she had. Hands beaten raw, she managed to shatter the glass just as it overtook her. The skin and muscle leapt into the rain, like it had been electrified off her, some of it kissing my own car. Her head lolled out of the broken window, and the kid in the back seat never woke up. All around me, a litany of wet, meaty pops rang out like a bodily tattoo across the bridge. I could see similar acts of expulsion scattered throughout the cars as far as I could see the people inside. There didn't seem to be a rhyme or reason to the pattern. The skin on my neck twitched, jumping back and forth like there was a bug skittering underneath. I slapped at it instinctively and felt something burning hot and pulsing just under the surface. It was like touching a fleshy tube full of burning gel. Raising shaking hands in front of my face, I saw the skin of my fingers beginning to inflate like a balloon. Slowly and methodically, it raised off of puckered, convulsing muscles. Twin bubbles formed on my right thigh, and I jerked my leg. I felt them strain and burst wetly against the rough fabric of my jeans. As the skin of my hands reached their capacity and finally sent a wave of blood and pus across the steering wheel and my lap, conjuring a torrent of vomit from my shaking body, I succumbed to the pain and blissfully blacked out. I don't know how long I was out for. I don't really know much of what happened that day. I know what the police said, what the CDC said. They declared it not to be a bioterrorist attack. There was no sign of disease or radiation or any other crap that would explain what happened. They tallied a total of 82 deaths and 24 injuries across the bridge, which only took an impressive 72 hours to completely clear. The only thing they didn't mention in any of the reports, though I know the other survivors all shared the same story, was the sound of the siren. The police had no record of it whatsoever. For some reason, I didn't mention it either. Whenever I tried to during my subsequent interview, I felt my mind go blank, dark, like something had dropped a curtain over my memory. I was out of the hospital in a month. Massive blood loss, missing skin all over my arms, neck, and chest. I had to have a bunch of grafts taken from my ass and legs. Furthest thing from fun I could actively describe. I've never gotten behind the wheel of a car again. Cabs and trains, buses for me. It's inconvenient, but it's definitely gotten easier over the years. I tried to drive a few times, but as soon as I saw the scars on the back of my hands gripping the wheel, my mind flashes back to the bridge, and I can hear the sound of the siren, clear as day. Welcome to the Dark Somnium. Here are 5 stories from the Let's Not Meet subreddit, as well as 2 poems from the Dark Tales subreddit. Enjoy. I met ye by the gallows tree. 'Twas dark and oh so late. The town had had its fun with ye, and vented forth its hate. I couldn't bear to leave ye there, despondent and alone. Impulsively, I cut the rope and took you to my home. I let you share my bed that night and kissed your cold, dead skin. I finally felt I found true love. Don't care if it's a sin. Your beauty soon began to fade, your skin began to rot. But still, my love for ye remained. Forsake ye, I would not. Your bones are all that I have left. Your skull adorns my bed. I think of ye obsessively, my princess of the dead. Number 1. In May, I finally graduated from university. My school is in a very safe, very upper middle class community. Most instances of crime were committed by students and were typical of most college campuses. Sexual assaults and burglary. Reported instances of crime were typically on campus or in the downtown area and frat row. My school also had a few highly publicized sexual assault scandals, so I was already wary of the dangerous situations and avoided being most places alone at night. I lived off campus, an area that backed up to a part of town that was mostly families and the elderly. I never really felt unsafe until my senior year, when I had 2 run-ins with peeping Toms. The first incident happened at the beginning of my final spring semester. I was often at my friend's apartment on the opposite end of town, usually just to hang out and do some homework. Their apartment was part of a complex that was solely for students and more or less run by the university. 4 of my friends lived in this suite-style apartment on the ground floor. But on this night, which was a Sunday, only 2 of them were home, and another was driving back to the area that night from her parents' house. All of us actually come from the same geographical area, and since graduation, we all still live near each other, which is great. I was hanging out with one of my friends who lived in the apartment. We'll call her Pat, and another friend that lived in the same building. We were waiting for our other friend, Brianna, who was driving back that night. I really wanted to wait for Brianna, but she was pretty notorious for being late. So after hanging out for a few hours, I was ready to go back to my apartment. As I was pretty tired already and wanted to Skype with my boyfriend before bed, I said goodbye to my friends and left, probably around 10:30 or 11 o'clock. I walked out into the parking lot and towards guest parking. Guest parking is situated up a tiny little incline at the other end of the building. As I mounted the small hill, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye and stopped very briefly. Turning to look to my left, I saw a man hurriedly stand up and move away from a first-floor window with its lights on. I remember he was distinctly middle-aged, heavier set and balding, wearing a red t-shirt and jeans. My presence seemed to spook him as he began to move around the back of the building, out of my sight. He was also not very far from me, and I was spooked as well. So I quickly moved up the hill and got into my car. It was highly unusual to see a man of his age in the apartment complex, and my internal alarms were going off. When my doors were locked, I texted my friend Pat to tell her to make sure all her windows were locked and that they secured their back door, which didn't have a working lock. The apartment complex was slow to address tenant complaints. I told her I saw a man creeping around the first floor windows. I know our friend Brianna often left her window unlocked, so she could open it when she smoked. After alerting her, I drove back to my apartment, which was about 5 minutes. I was a little shaken, and I basically sprinted from my car to my apartment's back door. When I got inside, I Skype called my boyfriend and checked my texts. Pat and the other roommate that was home had locked all the windows and turned off the lights in the main living area. Pat told me I should report the incident to the police, and I was a little torn about doing so. My boyfriend agreed that I should report it, and I called the police department directly instead of 911. The officer that answered took my description and my personal info and thanked me for the call. He told me they would be sending some squad cars out to investigate. I didn't have any further contact with the police after that, but my friend Brianna said she arrived back at her apartment as the police were pulling up, lights flashing. Apparently, they couldn't find the guy, but the apartment complex did issue a warning and the description of the creeper. I'm glad I did call the police, even if they didn't find the man. My next encounter with a peeping Tom happened closer towards the end of the same semester. This is the one that scared me the most. For the first time in my life, I had my fight or flight instincts kick into overdrive. I was coming back from my same friend's apartment one night, and it was late, and it was fairly dark and windy. My apartment complex had only a few lights in the parking lot, and only a light at each front door on the buildings. More often than not, I would enter my apartment from the back door, which was a huge sliding glass pane. The backs of the apartment building were not lit, and each ground floor patio and bedroom window had hedges next to them, which made hiding pretty easy. On this particular night, I should have entered through the front door, but the back door was closer and I wanted to get inside, out of the wind. I walked across the parking lot into the back of my building, head down against the wind. I looked up as I got closer to my apartment, and my heart leapt into my throat. There was someone standing behind my neighbor's bushes, directly in front of their bedroom window. The silhouette was distinctly male, with short hair and broad shoulders. My fear was instantaneous. Whoever it was had seen me, and they ducked pretty quickly behind the bush. Knowing they had nowhere to really run, with me right in their path, I remember cursing myself because I had left my knife in my purse, and I had nothing in my backpack to defend myself with. I only had my keys in my hand. Knowing that, I sprinted to my back door as fast as my fat legs could carry me, cursed to myself as I struggled with the lock in the darkness, and got inside as quickly as I could. I locked the door and drew the curtain shut, backing away into the darkness. I was fucking terrified at this point. I thought I was alone in the apartment, and I thought this guy definitely knows I live here now. The only thing separating me from him was the glass pane. I rushed into my room. Livid that the apartment complex didn't put locks on our doors, I called my boyfriend almost in tears, telling him what happened as I looked for the knife. He stayed on the phone with me for a little bit as I calmed down. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do for me, being so far away. This time, I strongly considered calling 911 because this incident had happened only 20 or so feet from my own apartment. My body was pumping with adrenaline, which only made me feel more jumpy and scared. However, my boyfriend told me that the guy was probably gone at this point anyway, and that seeing me had scared him off. The fact that he had ducked to avoid me made it seem likely he had no intentions of hurting me, and I had interrupted his creeping. I was still scared, but I thanked him and hung up. What if the guy was still in the complex, looking for more windows he could see into? I texted my roommates asking if they were home. Both of them were, and they had been trying to fall asleep when I ran into the apartment like a madwoman. They both emerged from their rooms, and I told them about what I saw, and my one roommate told me that she was just as scared as I was. Apparently, girls had been reporting on Yik Yak that a man dressed in all black, face covered, had been harassing girls on and off campus, going so far as to chase some of them and threaten them. I was hoping the individual that I had encountered was not that person. I didn't sleep a wink that night. My bed was directly underneath a large window that sat at ground level, and I was always uneasy about it. But that night, it was much worse. I felt safer knowing I wasn't alone, but for the rest of the semester, I was extra cautious at night when I came home from work or my friend's place. I always had my knife in a reachable pocket. In hindsight, I really regret not reporting the incident to the police or the apartment complex. I didn't even say anything to our neighbors. They usually had all the blinds and curtains open at night. You could always see inside. For the two girls that lived there, that didn't seem so smart to me. But I didn't say anything to them because I didn't know them and figured they wouldn't believe me. However, about a week later, I started noticing that at night, all their blinds and curtains were drawn. And I began to wonder if maybe they had seen someone at their window one night. I no longer live in that town, but to anyone out there that gets a kick out of peeping into people's homes, let's not meet. Number 2. Long-time lurker, first time posting in this subreddit, blah, blah, blah. A little backstory. My friend and I, Laurel, are both teenagers in high school. We both look fairly young as well. Laurel works at our local convenience, value, and service pharmacy. At the checkout, of course. Sometimes I'll go in and bug her if I feel like the store isn't going to be busy or she won't get in trouble. It was one of those days. I was leaning on the checkout, talking to her, as an older guy, maybe in his late 20s, comes up. If looks could kill, I'd be dead from the glare he gave. So I step out of the way, feeling a little awkward, as I watch the guy practically flirt my friend's ear off. He finishes checking out and leaves. She tells me that he comes in every day and always gets a bunch of random things, and that he seems really sweet. I leave a little bit after that as well, having a shit ton of homework I have to get through. As I leave, I notice the guy is still there and sitting outside, but I don't think anything of it, even though I should. I get a text from Laurel later that night when she got off work and said that fucker left a note on her car that went something like, "Stop making me come in to buy things just to talk to you. Give me a call. I'm up late," with his number written on it. Laurel tells her manager the next day, and like clockwork, the guy comes in that day. The manager tells him to leave, but he isn't welcome there. he starts making a huge scene. He screams about how much he loves her and how they're going to have an amazing life and how he can't keep him from her. So now, my friend has to be walked to her car each night and is not allowed to have alone shifts. Ugh, fuck off, creepy old guy. Never come near Laurel again. Number 3. This incident happened to me in July of 2015. Just for clarification, I'm a 22-year-old female. 2014 was a rough year for me. I went through an awful breakup with my first boyfriend that sent me into a depression that I never thought I'd get out of. After a 2-week visit at a psychiatry ward in a hospital, I finally started to open my eyes to how great life could be. Started working out, made some new friends, and decided to go into the dating game with the help of a funny little website called Plenty of Fish. I met a lot of weirdos on there, but also met some really decent people, so I can't say it was all bad. I stated in my profile that I wasn't looking for anything in particular, but whatever happens, happens. A guy who lives about an hour away from me in a town where I grew up messaged me one day. We had mutual friends. A distant friend of mine dated his sister, who I met a few times, and she was cool. And after a few conversations on Plenty of Fish, we added each other on Facebook. Well, that summer, my best friend Katie and her boyfriend Lincoln and I decided to drive out to a bar in that town because Lincoln's friend was playing a gig. We'd been there for an hour or two, and it kind of buzzed, and I was kind of buzzed. I was messaging the guy from Plenty of Fish, Justin, and told him to swing by for a smoke and a chat. A few minutes later, Justin shows up, and we hang out for a few minutes before he goes to the other side of the bar to play the slot machines. Note that the entire time he was with us, he wasn't drinking at all, and just had his face in the slot machine for like 2 hours straight. At one point, I asked Katie if we could go out to her car because I wanted a shot of vodka that I brought, just in case I ran out of money and didn't feel drunk enough. She agrees, and her and Lincoln and I make our way out to the car. Lincoln ends up locking the keys in the car, and we're just there wondering if we should beat out the back window or find something to pry the door open with. And out comes Justin. We explain the situation to him, and he claims his house is down the road a bit, and he has a coat hanger or something that we can use to unlock the door. Katie and Lincoln agreed, and I offered to go with him, hoping to get to know him a little more on the way. Justin didn't seem drunk at all, and to this day, I'm not sure if he was and just really good at acting sober. We get in the car and pull out of the parking lot. We're barely 15 seconds away from the bar when we see a police car parked at the convenience store, across and up the street a little. The lights flicker on, and the car pulls out and starts coming after us right away. Justin is panicking, and I don't know why. I tell him just to pull over and it'll be fine. But he had other plans, being a high-speed police chase. I don't know how fast he was going, but it felt like the speed of light. I remember telling him, I don't want to die. He said, don't worry. My house is close. I got this. He was turning corners like crazy, each time slamming on his brakes and spinning out 3 or 4 times before going again. 2 or 3 police cars were right behind us with sirens and lights on, but he was determined to lose them. Next thing I know, we're in a ditch, and Justin yells, run, and exits his car, running straight into the woods. I get out, very lucky to be unharmed. Some police officers are waiting for me at the top of the ditch, telling me to put my hands up and whatnot. I'm scared as fuck. Never thought I'd be in a situation like this. An ambulance shows up. I tell them I'm fine and don't need treatment. I then sit in a cop car for 2 hours straight, talking to an officer who was recording my statement. I had no way to get a hold of Katie, who at first thinks I ditched her to hook up with this guy. The cops finally reach her, and she's freaking out because they don't even tell her whether or not I'm okay over the phone. So she thought I was dead or seriously injured until she saw me in the flesh. I ended up smashing their back window out with a rock and rushed to come see if I was okay. Katie and I slow motion ran towards each other and gave each other the most loving hug while crying in each other's arms. It was a scary night, but it could have been a lot worse. And here's the best part. I received a message from Justin on Facebook the next day. He apologized, kind of. Proceeded to ask, round 2. Haha. He's even had the nerve to ask me to hang out multiple times since. Justin, you put my life in severe danger, and we're never meeting again. Number 4. This whole thing happened a few months ago. I love my family, but they're really religious and conservative, and as a gay man, that can be quite problematic. I've never come out to my family, and only a handful of people know about my sexual orientation. I used to hate that I'm gay, and I'm still quite sensitive about it. Anyway, about 3 or 4 months ago, I decided to give Tinder a go, for shits and giggles. On my second day of Tinder, I came across a guy named Lucifer Z, a guy with long pink hair, all black contact lenses, his face covered with piercings and both arms covered with sleeve tattoos. I can't recall if I did it to be rebellious towards my Christian upbringing, or if I really did think he was attractive, or because I'm obsessed with all things macabre and horror related. However, I gave him a like and moved on. A few hours later, I got a message from Lucifer Z saying that he thought I was pretty cute. I didn't know how to feel about this. On the one side, I was flattered, but on the other, Christian upbringing side, I was disgusted with myself, that I had put myself in this position. The next day, I decided to message him back. Fast forward to a month later, after a lot of Tinder messages, texting, Snapchat conversations, I agreed to meet him. He said his band was playing in a heavy metal nightclub in the city, and that I should come and watch. And so I did. After a set, we met up, got drunk, and had a wild night. The next morning, I woke up in bed with him in his apartment. He was really sweet that morning, looking so much different without all his black contact lenses and piercings. He made me breakfast. We talked about this and that, and then I went home. We texted and called over the next few days, going out to places together. I had really fallen for him. Then things got really fucked up. He texted me on Saturday night, asking if I wanted to come with him to a devil-worshipping ritual with him at some guy who I've never met's place. I declined, not really feeling comfortable with the whole thing. He texted me back, "Suit yourself, bitch." I didn't know if he said this because he was angry with me for not wanting to go with him, or if he meant it as a joke. Either way, I forgot about it. At 2 a.m., he texted me this really disturbing and fucked up video of him and 2 other guys dressed in black robes murdering a sheep. I was really disturbed by this, and called him, launching abuse at him for sending me this video. All he said in reply was, "Satan wants your soul, gorgeous." I was stunned into silence. It was such a weird, bloody thing to say, and it wasn't just what he said, but the way he said it. From the sound of his voice, I could tell he was on ice. He called himself a casual meth head, whatever the fuck that is. I instantly freaked out and blocked him from everything. And 2 weeks later, I decided to unblock him. This was a big mistake. He sent me a Snapchat of him holding a dead cat with the caption, "I'm gonna slit your throat and fuck your corpse, motherfucker." I almost blacked out from fear and immediately called the cops. They picked him up and told him to leave me alone, and then charged him with animal cruelty charges. They found the sheep killing video and another video of him killing a dog on his phone. I haven't heard from him after the police got involved, and I'm relieved that I can finally put this whole fucked up incident behind me. Thanks for letting me tell my story. I needed to get it off my chest. Since this incident, I haven't dated again, and probably won't for a while. Number 5. I'm a 22-year-old female, but this happened when I was 13. I'll start off with some necessary background information. When I was 13, my aunt lived in a huge apartment complex with 150 plus units within the same city as my mom and dad. I would visit her all the time, just to spend time with her. Her complex had a great park and swimming pool. I was also very close to some of the neighborhood kids that were around my age. This was during the summer of 2007. I was going to 7th grade that year, and this was the summer I stayed with my aunt to get out of my house. My aunt's apartment was on the bottom floor, in the very corner of her building. The buildings in the complex were surrounding the park and pool I frequented, to create a sealed-off community with 2 exits to the main road. The buildings were 3 stories high, with 6 apartments on each level, all connecting to an outside corridor which connected to the stairs. Now that that is cleared up, here's what happened. It was a particularly sunny day at the complex, so I decided I was going to go outside and see if any of my friends were outside, so I could hang out with them instead of wasting my day away inside. I changed into shorts and a t-shirt, I dressed way more tomboyish back then, and headed out to my aunt's apartment. Made my way down to the corridor, came from underneath the stairs, and began walking to the park. I'd only made it about halfway when I hear, "Hey, you!" loudly from a corridor 3 stories up. I look up and see a face, but can't make it out. I could tell it was a male, but his voice sounded like a kid's voice, and he looked like a kid from where I was. I pointed to myself and shouted back, "Me?" And he said, "Yeah, you. Can you come up here for a minute?" And I stopped for a moment to think about the situation. My 13-year-old mind just chopped it up that he was one of the neighborhood kids wanting to talk or something, so without another thought, I headed up the stairs towards where I saw him. I finally got up there to see a black man, around 35 or 40, sitting on the steps waiting for me. He was dressed in a striped polo shirt, khaki shorts, and those sandals that make you think of Jesus. He seriously looks like an oversized 5-year-old. As soon as I saw him, I had a feeling in my gut of dread. I'm sure my face looked confused, and I blurted out, "What do you want?" He starts gawking about my hair and asks me why I dress the way I dress, and keeps suggesting I should go in his apartment so he could show me around. The creepiest thing is how he looked at me when he suggested it. It was the creepiest expression I've ever seen someone make. The expression is hard to explain, but led me to believe that even at 13, he had sinister plans once in his apartment. I quickly said that my aunt was expecting me, and that I needed to go back to her apartment or she'd come looking and I'd be in trouble. Then he tried to ask what number apartment it was, and if he could escort me there. I was shocked at the thought of that. I hastily said, "No, I can make it there on my own, but thank you anyway." He just looked at me with a blank stare for a few seconds, like he was thinking of what to do or say next. Then, his facial expression was now clearly disappointed, and before he could say anything else, I sprinted down the stairs and ran right back to my aunt's apartment. I didn't know if he had seen where I went. I didn't know if he followed. All I know is I didn't give him the chance to play out his sadistic intentions, whatever they were. I told my aunt, since she had seen me lock all the locks on the door and screen door. She called the cops, and I made a statement, but since he never touched me or physically harmed me, there wasn't much they could do about the situation. I made sure never to go up any more stairs, unless I for sure knew the person, and to stay away from the area where his apartment was for the rest of the summer. I don't know what would have happened had I not thought on my feet and stayed up on those stairs longer than I did. Apartment creeper from my teenhood, let's not meet again. Ever. A smell of gore upon the air, on yonder moor I saw it there, through the fog and rain my eyes did strain. Beyond the shore to see the thing, harsh and broken in its form, jagged edges born from its maw. Storm shadows blazing on the sea, what creature hellish doth this be? Slow, deliberate in its pace, I cannot fathom such a face. Its teeth, its eyes burning bright, its broken call searing through the night. Such creatures only nightmares be. But on yonder moor I saw it born, the creature of the devil's form, creeping slowly out of the sea. Hey everybody, I hope you like this video. These stories were originally supposed to be in the Let's Not Meet live stream that I was going to do today, but I had some technical issues that unfortunately I wasn't able to do the stream. I'm working out those technical issues so that they don't happen again, so that when I do streams in the future, they're much more reliable. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. You have a great evening. After waking with the jolt, the girl laid in bed a few seconds longer, reaching over to switch on her bedside lamp. She tried to remember exactly what had stolen her sweet slumber away. When she couldn't, the brunette swung her legs over the side of the bed and heaved herself up. Checking the time on her phone, she snorted when she saw it was midnight, the witching hour. Knowing that sleep would only evade her, she left her bedroom for the kitchen, a good cup of coffee on her mind. As she passed by her front door, a chill spread like liquid fire down her spine. It's only winter, she told herself, focusing again on the coffee plan. Measuring out scoops, water, and preparing her cup kept her occupied. But as the dark liquid boiled, she had nothing left to keep her mind from wandering off. The chill returned, and she couldn't help but glance behind her to the front door. It stood there, innocently enough, just like always. The deadbolt was still locked in place, and she could see nothing amiss with it. Turning back to her coffee, she did her best to forget about the feeling. With her cup in hand, she started back towards her bedroom. As soon as she walked by the front door, she decided that a quick glance out the peephole would help calm her restless mind. The chill worsened with each step she took towards the door and further away from the safety and warmth of her blankets. She pressed her empty hand against the cold metal door and took a deep breath before leading her eye to the peephole. At first, she could only see an inky blackness and somehow seemed to swirl in itself. When she blinked in surprise, the void melted away. She wished it hadn't. In its place, there stood what she could only guess was once a man. The limbs were long and unhumanly awkward, with bulky joints branching off into several arms, not unlike the branches of a tree. The creature was draped in a black suit, somehow making the thing more nightmarish to her. The icing on the proverbial cake, however, was what passed as the hellish thing's face. It was as though her mind blurred the ghastly visage to spare itself further shock and horror. She shoved herself away from the door, with the hand still pressed against it. The scalding mug of coffee fell, the liquid burning her bare legs, and she fell backwards and tried to crawl away from the door. She knew somehow that her mind hadn't been playing tricks on her. As she crab walked away from the door, she watched as tendrils as black as the void snake around through the cracks. The girl was trapped between the instinct to flee and the gut feeling to not turn her back on the door. When the door jolted, the urge to flee overcame her, and she slipped in the burning liquid as she tried to make it back to her room. She knew deep down that she was trapping herself in a corner, but she had to get away from the door. The girl was halfway down the hallway when she heard the previously locked door creak open. She screamed and slipped into a wall, cracking her chin on it and stunning her. After that, there was only blackness. Nicole, Nicole, Nicole. A warm, male voice snapped the woman out of her trance. As she turned around, she was met by one of her sister's doctors. She nodded, not sure if she should say anything, or even if she could find her voice if she did have something to say. That morning, she'd gotten an urgent phone call from the hospital, saying that her sister, Lindsay, was there. Before they had even let her see her, the doctors had pulled her off to the side and insisted that they talk to her about what might have happened. Phrases like self-inflicted and assault had been thrown around, and Nicole felt her mind reel. She still hadn't fully understood what they had been saying until she saw Lindsay with her own eyes. Her little sister had a bandage wrapped around her head, covering both her ears as well as her eyes. They said it was to keep her now deadened eyes from drying out and to try to keep infection out of the wounds Lindsay had made to her ears. The doctors had guessed that either she or someone else had jammed a pencil into them to keep her off balance or to deafen her against something. There was a mix of first and second degree burns on her hands, legs, and feet from what was assumed to be coffee her neighbors found spilt all over the entry of her apartment. As Nicole walked into her sister's hospital room the first time, she thought she had spied the silhouette of a man in the window that she knew was impossible. Her sister's room was on the third story of the hospital. Okay. Looks like we're ready to go again. All children believe their toys can speak to them. I just never grew out of it. I was engaged to a man in the city when I was young. It ended in tears, and when I moved back home, I knew I wasn't meant for that kind of life. So, with a small loan from my father, I turned an abandoned storefront on Birch Street into a toy hospital. It was a very lucrative job, but I enjoyed my work. I made enough to furnish the little apartment above the shop and keep myself with a large enough supply of books. The kids in town knew me as the toy doctor, and always brought treats to the shop when I finished a repair. I was good at the work, good at sewing and oiling small gears. I could send a toy back looking brand new. I would whisper to them as I fixed them. They told me their secrets right back. The usual, a teddy bear, would come in with half his stuffing missing, and an explanation of, "We're just having too much fun." A doll with roller skates, annoyed at being stuck inside. Sometimes they were sadder. Some kids just didn't like their toys. Unwanted ones would get thrown down the stairs, brought in by unaware parents. Others spoke of painful sibling rivalry, bullying, or emotional battery by their parents. I would try to whisper back support and advice to give the owner some strength when their friend was returned to them. The first one to make my heart stop was a Raggedy Ann that belonged to a local banker's 6-year-old daughter. She came in with half of her hair pulled out. Raggedy Anns thankfully use a very common and inexpensive yarn hair. When I was threading the needle, I heard her whisper, "Daddy comes into her room at night. It makes her hurt and cry. Mom won't listen. Face frozen. That's terrible, is all that would come out of my mouth. She wants to stop but doesn't know how. I steel myself, making the first stitch to her head. Can you ask her to leave you on the stairs one night? She's quiet for a moment. We'll get in trouble. Would having him gone be worth it? She doesn't respond, so I finish sewing the yarn back on. Sally is delighted when she comes to get her. I notice that she won't look at her father in the eye. I found the newspaper article a week later. Found dead in his home. Ruled an accident. A fall down the stairs. I clipped it and kept it. Sally's Raggedy Ann never turned up again, and my job returned to normal. Then, today happened. Most of the time, the toys I fix are brought in by their owners. Children. I know most of the people in town, so billing isn't a huge deal. My prices are fair. Only rarely does a parent bring in a toy. Mr. Markowitz was a science teacher at the local high school. He was a tall, thin man with slightly too long hair and horn-rimmed glasses. He came in clutching a doll in his hands. It was Natalie's favorite. Susan doesn't play with it much, but I can't bear the thought of throwing away something she loved so much. I nodded. Natalie Markowitz's death had been a tragedy for the whole town. She'd been the well-loved town librarian for years. No one knew what had possessed her to drive into the path of oncoming traffic on the highway that night. The library had been closed since. I picked the doll up. I recognized her immediately. She was one of the original string-pull talking dolls. I must have fixed dozens of them my first few years working. The same blonde pigtails and neat white skirt and red sweater. They called her Babbling Betty, treated as a family heirloom, a collectible. Susan Markowitz was nearly a teen. She was unlikely to play with her anymore, if ever. I pulled the string, only to hear a slow, crackly moan. Luckily, I still had nearly a dozen spares for this, from dolls that turned out to be damaged beyond repair, left in my office for parts. When I set aside my tools and pulled the string on the doll's back, it let out the perky actress's voice saying. Then in a lower, tired tone I would have expected out of a war veteran, Betty said, I can't do this anymore. What can't you do anymore? I asked, putting away my tools in the drawer and reaching for a washcloth to wipe off the doll's plastic skin. I expected something about hearing Susan and Mark grieving. I did not expect what I heard next. I kept the shadows away from Natty for so many years. They would come out of the closet, and I would try with all my might. Pull my own string and yell out into the night. It scared her sometimes. Woke her up. She never saw the shadows scatter when I did it. She sighs. Hearing a doll sigh is a strange thing. It sounded as though she could use a good drink. Then she put me away, in the garage, where I couldn't even know if they were still coming for her. When Mark brought me out, they'd already gotten her. After a long pause, as I wiped all the signs of age from her limbs, I thought maybe they were gone. But they came out of the closet again last night. I was on the top shelf, above them. I pulled my string so hard, I pulled it loose. I toppled off the shelf. That woke Susan, but when the shadows scattered, I heard one of them laugh when I lay on the floor. I can't do it anymore. I never considered myself a very religious woman, but I did believe. I believed as hard as I could, as I brought my tools back out and opened Betty back up. The small metal crucifix fit neatly into the spot between her voice box and the plastic square covering it that I screwed back into place. When you go back, get onto her bedside. The closer you are, the easier it'll be to protect her. Betty looked at me with her solid, plastic, dark brown eyes. The shadows might find you. I smiled softly. I have an advantage. All the toys here, they all still tell me what they see at night. Then I fixed her dress and went to call Mr. Markowitz and tell him the job was done. The general span for FM radio stations usually falls in the range of 97 kHz to 108 kHz. AM stations generally fall in the range of 530 kHz to 1750 kHz. Within these frequencies, 99.9% of audible radio lives. In these parameters, you will find talk radio, rock, rap, country, etc. Basically everything you'd generally associate with radio. Outside these areas were military stations used during the wars, and some rogue stations that have all been since shut down or discontinued. Those areas are known as dark frequencies, or dark radio. No one with specialized radios have heard anything on dark radio in years. Until now. One day, a man came home from the flea market with a highly sensitive military-grade frequency radio. His wife thought it was a worthless piece of crap, but the husband, being a huge history buff, thought it was a wise investment. He had hoped to find an active military station, or one that was set up on a constant loop, broadcasting Soviet-era information or war propaganda. He would spend hours a day scanning for stations and hoping he could find something out there that would make his purchase worthwhile. He would pick one precise frequency at a time and scan the entire range for any activity. Several days went by digging through the static, and he had nothing to show for it. Until the day he finally heard something. It was very grainy at first. He tried to fine-tune it as best as possible, but he was barely able to make out what was being said. He could hear words, but was unable to understand them. He went out the next day and bought a sound recorder. When he turned on the radio, he was shocked how much clearer the signal came in. It was still grainy, but he could make out some of it. In a low groan, he heard, We have. We have what? The man thought to himself. The possibilities were endless. The man noticed that the words kept repeating on a loop. He had found exactly what he was looking for, an old abandoned loop station. He turned on the recorder and tried to record the sound as best he could. The next day, he was going to take it to the studio and see if he could find out exactly what was being said. The man barely got any sleep that night. He was filled with excitement about making such a historic discovery and the world-changing effect it could possibly have. He figured it would be best not to tell his wife about the discovery until he knew for sure what it was. Before he left the house that morning, he turned on the radio again. He set the recorder down when he realized he wouldn't need it. The station was now a lot clearer with minimal static. It was as if the station was reaching out of his radio.
We have 21.
Followed by the sound of two bells, one high and one low.
21.
The man sat in awe listening to the loop over and over again.
We have
He would hear the two
21.
bells in between the repeating phrases. 21. Is that a code for something?
21.
Do they have 21 objects of some sort? He was perplexed.
We have 21.
He spent the day doing research, but ended up with nothing. No mention of the phrase, "We have 21," played any significance in history. He waited a day hoping that the signal would improve, in case there was something he couldn't hear yet. When he turned on the radio the next day, he was disappointed to hear the same voice repeating the same phrase over and over again,
We have
with the two bells in between. Although, something seemed different. It took him a few minutes to realize,
We have
but
21.
a faint clicking was heard in the background. It didn't take him too long to realize this was Morse code.
21.
He spent an hour using the computer translating from scratch and was thrilled to see that it spelt out coordinates. Using his GPS, he was able to find the location. It was about a 2-hour drive from where he was. After driving down a few side roads, and one really long one deep into the woods, he'd finally reached his destination. It was a large clearing with a massive cube-shaped building in the center. It must have been at least 4 stories tall. All 4 sides were gray, with no marking on the outside as to what the building was even used for. He walked around the entire perimeter of the building and found the only door available. The door was surprisingly unlocked. He walked into the building by dusty rooftop windows with a single wooden desk and a chair in the middle. The place seemed like a giant airplane hangar from the inside. He approached the table and saw a small desk lamp illuminating the radio broadcasting equipment, complete with a transmitter and a microphone. It was emitting a deep, ominous groaning noise. This makes no sense. There's no one here. Where is that sound coming from? He listened to the groan and noticed that it was changing sound, volume, and length. It didn't take him long to realize it was actually saying, extremely slowly,
We have 21.
He listened for several minutes until the groaning voice stopped after completing the phrase. None of this made any sense to him. Who was saying this? There's no one here. Why is it sounding so slow? Why is it now silent and not repeating? And where are the bells? At that moment, two deafeningly loud bells rang throughout the room. They didn't sound like small bells anymore. They sounded like massive church bells being struck with a sledgehammer just inches above his head. He covered his ears and collapsed to the ground. When the sound finally stopped, he uncovered his ears. He looked around the building again. He noticed it was significantly darker than before. The windows on the roof were no more. There was no door, nor was there ever a sign of one existing. The lamp on the desk was still lit, and all the broadcasting equipment was still there. He was now surrounded by silence and darkness. Curiosity eventually got the best of his wife later on that day. She turned on her husband's radio. Clear as day, as if he were standing right there in the room with her, she heard his voice. We have 22. It was silent for a brief moment. Then, for me, yesterday was Tuesday. The day before that was also Tuesday. The rest of today will be Tuesday. Tomorrow could be Tuesday too, but I won't know until I get there. It's hard to explain. You, like most people, experience every day once. There's a certain poetry in that, although most people don't see it. It means every day is your only shot. You don't get to try again, because what you do has a permanence. Beautiful, unmistakable permanence. You have the certainty that what you do today will continue to be what you did today when you wake up tomorrow morning. That's a luxury I don't have. I've had my curse for several years, though it was just a month ago that it began. It was a Monday in September, and I woke up. It was raining outside. I ate a bowl of Cheerios, I showered, and brushed my teeth. And then I went to school. I'm in school. I will be forever, at this rate. My first class was Algebra 2, and God, was it boring. I couldn't pay attention to any of it. Then I had equally boring adventures in English, US history, and physics. After that came lunch. I ate with my friend Samantha. I've known her for the last 2 years, and she's only known me for 4 months, but I like to think that because I know her so well, that she gets just as much out of our friendship. We were eating lunch in our school's library. We always eat there. It's our tradition. Her parents had been fighting a lot lately. She confided in me. Divorce was imminent. Honestly, it'd be a sweet release, and those were her exact words. I nodded. Teenage boys never know what to say when it really matters. All I could do was look around at all the other kids in the library. Tryhards, finishing assignments, nerds playing Magic the Gathering, quiet brains reading in the corner. We talked to Nate until the bell rang. Then we both went to our separate classes. I had Spanish and my creative cooking class. Then, the school day was over. There was a track practice after school, but I decided to ditch and go home instead. There was a dull pain developing in my stomach that made me think I was getting sick. When I got home, I flipped on the TV and watched for a few hours, intermittently checking the internet or doing homework. My parents didn't go home until later that evening. When they finally did, around 9 or 10 o'clock, we ate reheated hamburger and watched part of an episode of Dexter together. They were too tired to make it through the whole thing. Don't spend an entire night in front of the TV. Good night. Dentists always have early mornings, they told me once. After the episode ended, I went to bed. It didn't take long for me to fall asleep. The next morning, I woke up. The sound of rain tapping my window filled my ears. I ate a bowl of Cheerios. I showered and brushed my teeth. I went to school, went to Algebra 2, and it was even more boring than the day before. I already knew all this stuff, why learn it again? Then I went to English, US history, physics, each one boring, repetitive, and pointless. I met Samantha in the library for lunch. Nothing new to report, I told her. School is as dull as ever. Then she told me about her parents. They'd been fighting lately, and they were thinking about getting a divorce. Didn't you tell me this yesterday? I asked. No, I don't think so. I nodded. Obviously she had, but it wasn't the time to harp on her about her forgetfulness. Honestly, it'd kind of sweet they get divorced. Honestly, it'd be a sweet release. They haven't gotten along in years. A sweet release. That phrase sounded so familiar. I think you said that yesterday too. When? When we had lunch. What are you talking about? My gaze drifted from her to the people around us. A group of less popular kids playing Magic the Gathering. A boy who always talked too much in class, putting the finishing touches on a paper. A small, mousy girl reading in the corner by herself. All of them in the same place they had been the day before. Martin, are you okay? You're being weird. Samantha shook my shoulder. Everything seemed so familiar. I told her I was fine, and that I was having a strange day. Deja vu, I said. We finished lunch together. I went to the remaining 3 classes. I had track practice, but I felt sick to my stomach, so I went home instead. My parents weren't there when I got home. I waited for them, like I had the day before. My dogs kept me company while I watched TV. The same channels showed the same shows. When my parents came home, we had leftovers again, hamburgers. We watched part of an episode of Dexter. We've seen this one. My mom shook her head. No, I don't remember it. My dad agreed with her. Netflix says this was the next unplayed episode. As they ascended the stairs to bed, my dad turned to tell me something. I knew what he was going to say. The words left my mouth first. Don't spend the entire night in front of the TV? Took the words right out of my mouth. Night, kiddo. The feeling of deja vu blared in my mind. The day had been exactly the same as the day before. As I laid down in bed, I noticed my phone for the first time. Monday, September 19th. Panic set in. Had I dreamt the whole day ahead of time? Were my memories of the day fake? I tossed and turned in bed, worrying. Eventually, exhaustion forced my frantic mind to sleep. The next day was the same. And the next. Same conversation about divorce with Samantha. Same boring classes. The same half episode of Dexter with my parents. I thought the same thing that anyone else would be thinking. Somehow I'd ended up in a low-budget version of the movie Groundhog Day. For days this went on. It was funny. On the evening of the 5th consecutive Monday, shortly before I fell asleep, I promised myself that if tomorrow was the same, I was going to go to the hospital and have them figure out what was wrong with me. But on day 6, everything was different. We were out of Cheerios. My classes taught different lessons, and Samantha didn't show up to school. Her parents had taken her out so they could talk to her about the divorce. My phone finally stopped reading Monday the 19th and instead read Tuesday the 20th. I've never felt relief like that before. That was until the next day. The Cheerio box remained empty. Samantha was gone. My phone broke the same horrible news to me as the day before. It was Tuesday the 20th. The next 7 consecutive days were Tuesday the 20th. With every repeated day, I feared that I'd fallen into some sort of time loop. But on what would have been the 9th Tuesday, it became Wednesday. Wednesday repeated 4 times. Thursday repeated 3 times. Friday repeated 9 times, and so on, and so on. Most days repeat somewhere between 3 and 6 days. Every day resets back to the moment when I woke up. Sometimes I change the things I do. I turn left instead of right. I know there will be a car accident up ahead. I avoid people who are going to be in bad moods. I skip watching TV because I know what each character is going to say in each scene. And here's the thing, only the last day takes. So if I repeat a Monday 4 times, and on the 3rd instance of that Monday I wreck my car, but I didn't on the 4th Monday, then I wouldn't have wrecked my car when it became Tuesday. I know what you're thinking. That's the silver lining, right? I can do anything I want to anyone, and it doesn't matter because it will be erased at midnight. But there's a problem. I can never tell when a day is going to be the last occurrence of that day. The most I ever had a day repeat itself was 17 times. That was the day my grandmother died. I was in the room with her. Just the 2 of us. We were in the hospital while she was recovering from a bout of pneumonia. Her frame was bathed with sterile hospital lights. The hunched figure underneath those sheets looked more like a ghost than my grandmother. She was looking at me, her mouth opened, and she started to say something. Then all of a sudden, she let out this god-awful scream. It froze my blood, and she was gone. Heart failure. No one could have seen it coming. I tried warning the doctors a few times, but they were never able to stop it. After a while, I just started letting it happen, savoring every moment I had with her before they were gone. When one of your loved ones dies, you gotta walk away from it knowing that it's over. But I had to relive her death over and over. 17 times I watched the life get ripped out of her body. It never got any easier. There is a little bit of a pattern to when the days repeat themselves. I found that particularly difficult days, the traumatic, stressful days where you're just begging the universe to move on and let that day end, they're the ones that repeat themselves the most. Every horror that I face, whether emotional or physical, I face over and over. Sometimes it's like being in hell. Thus far, I haven't had a reason to tell anyone about this. They'll just think I'm crazy. I don't appear to be aging any quicker, although it can get boring sometimes. I've grown pretty accustomed to the repetition. Plus, I'd be remiss not to mention the benefits. My grades have gotten better because I've always seen the test answers before. I can make a little money betting on football, and I usually get a redo when I say something stupid to a girl. It's harder to change big things because I only get to repeat one day at a time, so I haven't saved anybody's life or anything. Until today, I never seriously considered telling anyone about this, but I think I have to now. Today is the 9th consecutive day of the 18th I've been through. It might be the last Tuesday, or maybe it won't be. I need to tell somebody about what happens because no matter how hard I try, I can't find a way to prevent it. Here's how my day will go. I wake up in the window seat of an airplane. Outside, all I can see is the ocean and a darkened sky. My phone reads 4 a.m. wherever I am. My family is on a red-eye to Japan, on a dream vacation. My mother's sitting next to me, and I decide to let her sleep for a while. I turn on the little computer screen on the seat in front of me. We still have 7 hours to go on our flight. I read for a while from a book that I brought on the flight, Watership Down, if you were wondering. Then I doze on and off for a while. Around 6 a.m., everyone that I can see on the flight is still asleep, except for this big guy sitting a couple rows in front of me. He's a heavy-set man in a white business shirt and gray slacks. Looks like a real mess of a guy. Balding and dirty. You know the type. At 6:13, he unbuckles his seatbelt and stands up. He fills the entire aisle and some of the seat next to him. His head just barely reaches the ceiling. The heavyset man puts a hand in the pocket of his slacks and pulls out something black. Then there's yelling, first from the man, then from the people on the plane who are waking up.
Everyone stay where they are.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Shut up. Everyone is going to stay in their seats and be quiet.
I can see the other men standing up farther down in the airplane. They all have guns. These men are all dressed the same. They're all middle-aged and dirty looking. They're hijackers. Many passengers are crying. There's a delirious woman in the row behind me who's hyperventilating. Won't stop screaming. The heavyset man walks over to her.
Shut the fuck up.
Please don't hurt us.
I said shut up.
What are you doing? There's a ringing in my ears, and my vision blurs. Little droplets of red have covered the walls about the surrounding seats. Screams erupt from all sides of me. A baby starts crying somewhere near the back of the plane.
That's what happens if you talk. So everybody keep your goddamn mouth shut.
My mother grabs me tightly, and the men keep their guns trained on us. There must be at least 10 of them. Nobody moves an inch. Near the front of the plane, I hear 2 gunshots. Then I feel my stomach lurch forward. The window shows an ocean that had once been perfectly flat. It's diagonal now, growing larger every second. The crash lasts for only a second. Down the aisle, I see the plane disintegrate as it strikes the water. My last memory is of my mother's face being torn from her skull, just as the words, "I love you," disappear from her lips. Everything goes dark, and my ears start ringing. And then I wake up. It's 4 a.m. I'm on a red-eye flight to Japan with my family. I have 2 hours to live. The second time this happened, I tried to warn the pilots. They wouldn't listen to me. I tried to warn the other passengers. One of the hijackers stood up and fired his gun at me before I could even finish telling them. Immediately afterwards, I woke up. I was still in my window seat, and the 4th iteration of this day was beginning all around me. There's no chance of me trying to stop the hijackers. There's simply too many of them. I've told the flight attendants, I've told my mom, I've done everything I could. Strangely enough, people don't believe you when you say a bunch of middle-aged men will crash your plane in 2 hours. There's in-plane Wi-Fi. Around the 5th time I woke up, I stuck my mom's credit card out of her purse to pay for it. I've tried contacting the government, the TSA, air control, everything you can think of. The hijackers always win. And there's too many of them and too little time to warn everyone else. I'm not sure how many times this day will repeat itself. Maybe tomorrow I'll wake up and it'll be Tuesday again. Or maybe I won't wake up at all. This is the 2nd time I've set this message to upload. The first time, it didn't take. I want to say a few things in case this reaches anyone I know. To my family, I love you. You're always there for me, no matter what. To my friends, thank you for putting up with me all these years. You made life worth it, especially Samantha. Samantha, if you get a chance to hear this, I've always had a crush on you, even with thousands of repeated days. I never knew how to tell you until now. I'm sorry I waited so long. It's almost time for the hijackers to start, so I better go. In case you haven't figured it out, if you're hearing this, that means this time took. It means I'm already gone. I woke up. The sound of rain tapping my window filled my ears. I ate a bowl of Cheerios. I showered and brushed my teeth. I went to school, went to Algebra 2 and... I turned my light off to go to sleep. Darkness all around. It does not take long for me to hear that dreadful sound. The familiar bang, the usual creak is enough to give me chills. Even though it's normal for me, I reach for the bottle of pills. This house has never been right. Silence is always broken. Doors that I am sure are locked tight somehow always open. I want to start off by pointing out a very obvious fact. There's a huge difference between real-life hauntings and the ones you see on the big screen. I don't mean just because the movie world is populated solely by good-looking people and riddled with every cliched trope in the book, but because movies like to tie things up in a neat little bow at the end. They might not always have good endings, but they always give you a reason for what's going on.
Well, no more issues so far with
floorboards,
going back to saving the other
ancient
way.
burial ground discovered in the
Got
backyard.
most of the repose. I'm just gonna do the base
History
now,
of
work on it here more later.
perhaps a demonic heirloom of some sort. The list could go on. That's not the case in the real world. At least, it wasn't the case in my experience. My story starts a few weeks before I moved into a new house, and ends the day I moved out. Because the truth is, sometimes there are no answers to why a house is the way it is. I lived in what I believe to be a haunted house for 5 years, and these are my experiences. It started in 2000, when my parents sat my sister and I down to announce that we were moving again. As an army brat, I was used to this conversation. We were told when and where we were moving, and then shown a photo of the house. As an army brat of 2 retired army parents, however, I was a little confused as to why we suddenly had to move in the middle of the school year, but I didn't question it. As weird as it might seem to people who've lived in the same house all their life, to my family, moving was the status quo, as was the case with every move. And there was a part of me that hoped that this would be the last time, and we'd finally settle down into a permanent home. I didn't get off the hype train until I saw the house in person, and boy, was I quick to jump off. I hurled myself right out the window, really. For one thing, it was a rental property, which in and of itself meant it was temporary, but more importantly, the place looked like crap. I remember there being newspapers spread out on the floor in the middle of the kitchen, right under a yellowing, low-hanging light fixture dripping water. My bedroom was painted black, and the previous tenant had scribbled poems about suicide on the walls, and though I now find the thought of some emo kid doodling with wax crayons rather amusing, I was royally creeped out. The stairs were creaky, the ceiling looked waterlogged, and the whole house was as dusty as the attic. I couldn't believe this was the place my parents had picked. It wasn't as though we were poor and desperate. We were your average middle-class family. We were moving out of a lovely semi-detached home with our own swimming pool to this den of dirt and grime. And if all that wasn't bad enough, I found out that the previous tenants had just up and left. They'd withheld rent for months and neglected the upkeep, then one day just disappeared, taking all their stuff with them. The owner was never able to track them down. So yeah, we were off to a great start. The next time I saw the house was the day we moved in, and thankfully, it looked much better. The owner had changed the leaky light fixture, cleaned up the dirt, and applied a fresh coat of white paint throughout the house. The only room that still made me uncomfortable was the laundry room at the foot of the basement stairs. I'd get this creepy and crawly feeling whenever I'd go in. You know, like when you feel something breathing down your neck, but turn around and no one's there. It was bad enough that I'd usually dash past the door whenever I went downstairs. And if I had to go inside, I'd use a leg to prop open the door, just in case. So yeah, aside from the laundry room, the house was fairly normal at first. Sure, I'd hear a few strange noises here and there, but they were just the sounds of a house settling. But after a while, the creaking and snapping in the walls fades into background noise. They're just sounds you notice only when you're not familiar with a place. A flushing toilet, for instance, would wake me up in the middle of the night for a couple weeks, but after that, I could sleep through it easily. I think it's just survival instinct, our animal brains, trying to keep us alert in a new environment when it's not sure where danger might lurk. If I had to pinpoint the exact moment when things changed, I'd say it happened one night, a couple months after we first moved in, and long after I'd adapted to the sounds of the new house. Now, one thing most people don't know about me is that I'm about as good at falling asleep as I am at playing the ukulele, and I can't play the ukulele. So, I go from wide awake to wide awake to wide awake to slightly drowsy to suddenly asleep. The process takes over an hour every night, no matter how exhausted I am or how late I go to bed. And that night, like every other school night, I went to bed at 10, expecting to fall asleep around 11. I wasn't sure exactly how long I'd been in bed for, but I was still awake when I heard a sound, unlike the ones my brain had grown accustomed to ignoring. A knock at my bedroom door. Along with that knock, came a man's voice. Are you asleep? I turned over and replied, no. He continued, Let me in. Dad? I asked, eyes still closed. Can I come in? It didn't sound like my dad, but who else could it have been? Okay, I replied. I heard quiet footsteps towards me, and then felt something putting weight on the bed, kind of like a parent's hand as they lean to give you a goodnight kiss. That's when I realized I hadn't heard the door open. My eyes shot open, and I saw someone standing over me. I can still remember him clearly. He had pitch black hair, a long crooked nose, an aging face, thick eyebrows, and a scornful scowl. I could see him so clearly, as though my room had been lit up by a flash of lightning, even though there hadn't been so much as a cloud in the sky that night. The final detail I noticed, before my eyes shot momentarily towards the lamp, was the black raincoat he wore. By the time I flicked the light on and looked back, he was gone, and I was covered in sweat. My eyes wandered to the clock. 10 past 10. If it had been a dream, if I had been asleep when it happened, then it had been the quickest I had ever fallen asleep. That night marked the first of many strange occurrences. It was a hot summer day, and I was hiding away in the basement, browsing the web. My first year of high school was over, and I had committed to spending this summer vacation doing absolutely nothing. It was around 3:45 p.m. when I heard the front door opening. Just in time, I thought. It was obviously my dad getting home from work. He was a morning person and worked an earlier shift to avoid rush hour traffic. I headed up the stairs to say hello, as I usually did. Hey, Dad, I called as I ran up the stairs. He didn't reply. I turned the corner and headed down the hallway leading to the entrance.
Okay.
But when I got there, it was empty.
You didn't say anything because she don't love you.
So
Yeah, I do.
knew he had come home. Dad? I shouted. This is where it gets a little complicated. So I drew this floor plan to try to help you all. This is where it gets a little complicated. So I drew this floor plan to try to help you follow along. I'll post an image up in the video so you can see it. Basically, the first floor looped around in an open rectangle, with stairs going up at the center of it. And there was this mirror between the front door and the garage door, and from that mirror, you could see the hallway where I'd just come from, as well as the sliver of the stairs, all the way up to the second floor. After calling for my dad another time, I caught a glimpse of his silhouette in the mirror. He was standing behind me in the hallway, which really isn't impossible to achieve. He only would have had to circle around the living room, through the dining room, and the kitchen, then into the hallway where I stood. The only thing that was odd was how quickly he managed it. I once again turned around and smiled. Hey, Dad, how was your day? In a split second, I realized the figure wasn't in the hallway, but rather up the stairs. Just an optical illusion, I figured, but an optical illusion didn't explain how Dad had avoided the familiar screech produced by the third step, the quintessential sound of someone going upstairs. That's when I realized something weird was going on. Dad? I asked again, but I couldn't help but lower my voice. No answer. The dark silhouette walked out of sight and towards my parents' room. Every single cell in my body was telling me to get out. All the warning bells were blaring, danger, danger, but I didn't listen. I clearly saw a man in the house. I heard the front door, and it was exactly the time my dad usually came home. Aside from him ignoring my welcome, there was no reason for me to think something weird was happening, yet my body was telling me otherwise. I ran up the stairs to the second floor and peeked into my parents' room, where I saw the silhouette of a hand pulling away from the dresser towards their walk-in closet. I'm honestly not sure why the hand was what did it for me, but it was the push I needed for my brain to catch up to whatever danger signals my body was sending out. I just remember going from thinking dad to realizing burglar. It's such a weird thing, right? It's just a hand. It's not like I'd be able to recognize my dad's hand if you showed it to me in a lineup of random hand photos, but probably I think you were a little weird for having a bunch of photos of hands on you to try to experiment in the first place, but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, I didn't feel safe anymore. I backed away quickly into my room and reached for one of my many decorative swords. Decorative but sharp. I unsheathed the weapon and closed my door slowly, careful not to make too much noise. It was a fight or flight situation, and my gosh, I was going to fight. It seems absurd to me now that my reaction wasn't to call 911, but then again, this happened before every kid and his pooch had a cell phone, and the only landline upstairs was in my parents' room. It's not like I could have just waltzed in there and made the call without getting caught. So instead, I stood in my room, hands trembling as I waited and listened. I could hear his footsteps up and down the hall, followed by a slightly muffled voice. There were pauses in between, as though the person was waiting for a reply, but not a reply from me. A reply from someone on the phone, I suppose. I strained my ears, but couldn't for the life of me make out what he was saying. Who was he talking to? Did he know where I was? I shouldn't have called out so many times. Obviously he knew he wasn't alone in the house. Would he come after me? My heart pounded in my chest and thumped in my ears. I could feel adrenaline surging through me, but as stupid as I wasn't stupid enough to move. It was safer to stay where I was and wait. My real dad would be home soon, I figured. But then, everything went quiet. I slowly approached my bedroom door and listened carefully, but the voice was gone, and the footsteps had stopped. It was as though the house was empty again. Just to be sure, I waited longer, and my gosh, it felt like forever. At least in teenage time, it did. Unsure of what to do, I opened the door a crack and looked out in the hall. If I'd been in a horror movie, that would have been the moment when something suddenly jumped out in front of the door, but nothing happened. I came out of my hiding spot and slowly
You gotta make the little thing for the
opening every door
yield to be attached.
whoever had broken in. Again, this was a stupid thing to do, and I should have ran out and called the cops, but we all know teenagers don't make the best life decisions, and I wasn't immune to teenage bravado. Luckily for me, and my continued existence in the universe, all the rooms were empty. Confused and rattled, I sat at my computer and kept my sword in my lap until the door opened 20 minutes later, and my dad calls my name. I ran upstairs with my sword, and he gave me that weird look dads give you when they catch you doing something not quite your age. Hell if I know what he thought I was doing with it. Probably thought I was playing make-believe or something. Long story short, he'd gotten caught in traffic. I told him about the burglar, and he went from room to room, checking each one. There's nothing out of the ordinary, and nothing had been taken. And honestly, to this day, I'm not sure whether that was a relief or somehow more frightening. I know what I saw that day. I know someone was in the house. Because after all, if my dad hadn't unlocked the door, then who had? My house wasn't the only place that weird things happened. There was something eerie about the whole neighborhood. When my friends came over, we'd test out that teenage bravado I was telling you about earlier by taking nighttime walks in the woods close to my house. My friends would take turns clinging to my arms and yelping whenever something made a sound. They said they felt safe around me. I don't know if it was because I just had that really secure air to me, or because I told them about the weird things I'd experienced and survived in my house. One night, my friend and I were walking back to my place after skating at the park. We used a shortcut behind an outdoor mall, a dimly lit path that connected the main road to the residential area. Even though it looked kind of creepy, it was by no means unsafe. Barely 25 meters long, the path was hardly the kind of place a psycho killer would stalk his prey. As we started walking down the snowy path, I stopped for a second and looked up at the sky. It was pitch black, with neither a single cloud nor flicker of a star anywhere in sight, and for some reason, it struck me as really odd. I felt that tingling sensation at the back of my spine I'd get whenever I walked by the laundry room. Weird. It's too dark, I said. Almost as soon as the words left my mouth, it dislodged a massive icicle hanging from a tree about 20 meters above us. And when I say massive, I mean it. It was a couple feet long and sharp as a knife. You know how I got warnings for falling ice around buildings nowadays because that shit is dangerous? Well, imagine this icicle being 3 times bigger than the ones you're supposed to watch out
Figure
for.
out a good enough material.
Goddamn blood.
Looks
Like
right.
some shitty B-list movie. See, this thing didn't gracefully drop to the ground. It defied gravity and made a beeline for my friend and I. She shrieked and grabbed me so tight, she nearly knocked the wind out of me. We were both frozen as the thing, easily capable of impaling us through our winter coats, came hurling towards us so quickly we couldn't have run even if we wanted to. Then just as it arrived within 2 feet of us, about the distance of my personal bubble, it banked sharply to the right and stabbed into the ground like an arrow. I swear I'm not making this up. My friend still talks about it to this day. 1 second the icicle was coming at us. The next, it did an abrupt 90-degree turn. Hell, if I didn't know any better, I could have sworn I saw it deflecting off something. I have a photographic memory, and whenever I think of that night, I can sort of see something there in front of us, like a sheen of a window or something. Then, for a brief moment, as we were trying to catch our breath, I saw the man in a black coat standing under the tree, just standing and staring at us. I felt my stomach turn and looked at my friend. She was looking at the icicle in the snow. By the time I looked at the tree again, the guy was gone. Sometimes, weird things would happen to the house itself. Well, I was the only one in the family to actually see a man in a black coat hanging around. Everyone could see the things appearing on the walls. More specifically, one day, just out of the blue, I noticed something near the light switch at the foot of the basement stairs. Yes, close to the laundry room, but on the opposite wall, it looked like a bloody handprint, except drawn in a red crayon. I'm not saying my sister and I were perfect angels, but we were very well behaved, and neither of us would have done something like this. Partially because we respected people's property, partially because our mom would have made us clean it up, no matter how long it took to scrub off. I definitely remember a detailed conversation about drawing on the walls, and how we could do it if we wanted to, but she didn't know any easy tips to get crayon off the wall, and wouldn't help us clean it if we embraced our inner artist. And mark my words, you will clean it, she had said back then, with the threatening sternness of a mother. That's how I knew my sister hadn't drawn the handprint. That's why I dragged her downstairs to show her. This wasn't here before, was it? I asked. I mean, it was possible it had been there all along and I'd never noticed it. My sister ran a hand over it curiously. I remember how much bigger the handprint was compared to her hand. The fingers were thicker and longer, as though belonging to a fully grown man. I felt a sinking feeling at the pit of my stomach. No, it wasn't, she said. She looked as creeped out by the mark as I was, but I still had to ask, did you draw it? No, she replied. Wasn't your room covered in crayon before we moved in? I nodded. Yeah, you can still see the color when the paint gets scratched. She rubbed her hand against the handprint again. That's probably what happened here. The paint wore off, or something. Yeah. And that would have been the end of it, if we hadn't gone to our computers and noticed a dent in the wall. A dent that looked like a goddamn skull. A fist-sized skull, but a skull nonetheless. We saw it at the same time, and gave each other a conspiratorial look. Maybe that dent had always been there. Maybe we only noticed it because we were a little on edge about the eerie handprint. That's creepy, right? She asked. Yep. This was the first time anyone else in my family had seen proof of the bizarre things that had happened in the house. As for my mom, she didn't seem all that bothered by either the hand or the dent. She didn't even make us wash it up. And now we come back around to the topic of teenage bravado. When you're a teenager in a group of peers, you'll eventually get to the point where you stupidly want to test your bravery by going somewhere creepy and see who cracks first. My friends and I had already conquered the woods, so naturally, we had to up the ante. This is where my laundry room came in. See, I wasn't the only person freaked out by the laundry room, without ever mentioning it to my friends. Every single one of them had told me they felt something weird about it. I mean, yeah, they knew I'd seen creepy shit around the house, but I never told them how the laundry room in particular made me uneasy. Unlike the rest of the house, it was unfinished, It had a hard cement floor instead of carpet, an incomplete ceiling, and exposed wall studs with pink insulation, ripe and ready to be picked like cotton candy. Maybe those factors contributed to the overall creep factor of the room. Yeah, I don't know. At some point, someone decided it was a good idea to lock ourselves in the laundry room, turn off the lights, and see what would happen. And that's exactly what we did. Because we were dumb teenagers looking for a cheap thrill. We packed ourselves in the room, all 5 of us. Honestly, I'm not sure how we all fit. That's how small that room was. We huddled together, and I gave everyone a final warning before I shut the door and turned off the lights. We were quiet at first, but within a minute, I felt my friend's grip tighten around my arm. Then all of a sudden, she shouted, "Somebody just touched my leg." There were a few laughs, but no one admitted to grabbing her. The laughter subsided, and I felt a sort of strange tension in the room. Maybe, one by one, we all realized we hadn't been the ones to touch her. "I want out," said another friend. That was enough for me. My instincts were already going haywire. They had been from the moment I shut the door. I swatted my arm towards the light switch, but felt a void in the space. I pawed around blindly, expecting to feel the wall or the insulation, but my hand didn't connect to anything. Now, even though I avoided the laundry room, I'd been in there enough times to know exactly where the light switch was. Even if I didn't, there wasn't enough, room in that room for me not to touch the wall when I swung my arm. "Something's got my leg," shrieked my friend, a note of panic in her voice. "It's not me," said another. "I'm not touching anyone," answered a third. A fourth voice replied with, "I'm not even near her." I was the only other person there, and I knew I hadn't grabbed her. I tried the doorknob, but just like the light switch, I couldn't find it. It felt as though the room had taken on completely different proportions. I don't know any other way to describe it. You know that feeling when you miss a step, or you think there's one more step than there is? It's kind of like that. It made no sense. The room was small and narrow. Even if I missed the mark, I should have hit the wall. And if I was facing the wrong side somehow, then my hand would have connected with the washer. But it didn't. Then, finally, just as I heard one of them shriek, I felt the cold metal doorknob and swung the door open. We ran out of the laundry room so fast we could have outrun Sonic. My friend, the one who said something grabbed her, pointed to the laundry room door. "Did you see him?" she screamed. "See who?" "When the door opened, there was a man standing in the corner of the room," she shrieked. I nervously popped my head into the laundry room, turned on the light and looked inside. The room was empty. We spent the rest of the evening hiding out in the living room. My friends never went into the laundry room again after that night. The last incident that happened wasn't quite as spectacular, but it was just as puzzling as everything else. I was about to start my final year of school when my parents announced that we were moving again. I was actually pretty upset about it. For all its faults and creepiness, the house had become my home. We'd been living there for 5 years, 5 whole years. The longest I'd ever stayed in a single place. With just a few months left on the lease, this happened. It was almost noon, and my sister and I were off school for the summer. I was reheating a meal in the microwave when my sister came down the stairs and looked at me with a frazzled expression on her face. "I have a weird question. Would you mind counting my library books?" she asked.
Yeah.
I checked the microwave, and it still had a minute to go.
Good thing I just saved, so I just added this one little thing. And
as I followed her towards the stairs, "I need to return them today, so I counted to make sure I had them all, but then I turned around to get my bag, and when I turned back around, one of the books was missing. I counted them to make sure, and sure enough, I was one short." "Did it fall under your bed?" I asked. "I checked. It wasn't there. I recounted just to make sure, and suddenly I had all my books back," she explained. "Okay," she continued. "But then I triple-checked because when I counted, I didn't see the book that was missing, and I'm definitely short by 1. It's not in the pile. Can you just tell me if I have 21? When we got to her room, she looked surprised. She pointed to the book on the top of her pile. "There it is." I turned on my heels. "Well, I guess my work here is done." "Can you just count, just in case?" she asked. With a shrug, I knelt down and counted all the books one by one. 21. "You've got them all." "Phew, okay, thanks," she answered. I headed back downstairs, just as the microwave stopped to 0. But weirdly enough, it started up again, marking 3 minutes on its timer. I figured it was some kind of electrical glitch and stopped it manually so I could eat. For the record, that was the only time the microwave ever did work. After lunch, my sister and I headed to the basement to play video games together. As
Come
I turned
on,
the
you
corner,
stupid shit. Save
I saw
already.
something
Holy
gleaming on the floor,
fuck.
sofa, and table.
Been good for like an hour or something.
I don't know
Now
why,
it wants to be
my first
stupid and
thought
crash.
was ice. As I moved closer, however, I realized it was glass. My sister and I stood there for a second and looked at the mess. Where did that come from? She asked. That's when I noticed the light
Oh
fixture
my
was
god.
the
Just
circular
close
shape
this
was missing.
shit. I'm sure to with this fucking program.
I whispered.
You
From what I
okay,
could
dude?
gather, the light shade had broken somehow, but not in a way that could explain the mess. See, because there were shards on the table and sofa, I figured it must have exploded while on the ceiling and showered down. The problem was, if it had broken in the air, then the metal ring screwing it in place would have been up there and would probably have a few pieces of glass still hanging from it. The ring, however, was on the floor in the large gap
No.
between the sofa and the table.
No.
Then, how
Down.
had the glass gotten
Down.
on the sofa and table?
Thank you.
How hadn't we heard the thick glass lampshade break? My sister and I both thought it was really weird, but we cleaned up the mess and explained the situation to our parents as best we could. Mom wasn't mad, and she told us there must have been an air bubble in the glass that caused it to explode. That didn't explain the ring being on the floor, but hey, at least she wasn't blaming us for the mess. That was the last thing I experienced in that house. I think it was some sort of sick goodbye message from the entity I'd seen so many times. We moved about a month or 2 later. In years since, I've often wondered about the house and if its next tenants experienced similar things. I know it changed hands quite a few times. People move in and out every couple of years or so I've been told by a neighbor I've stayed in touch with. I've also wondered about the family that lived there before us. Wondered if they'd left the house because they too had seen the man in the black coat, or if their departure was unrelated. Probably never know why the hell the house was haunted. It was barely 25 years old, hardly old enough for something to have happened without there being any information about it on the news. All I know is that something was seriously messed up with it. I live alone now, in a nice safe condo, and I haven't experienced anything weird since my family moved out.
Alright, let's see. Why does it feel like the skin is different? Let's see. The skin is different. It's a little bit bigger. Put that there. Work on that later. Heck, you still there? Is that like colored like that? Oh no no. Mm, oh, how the fuck the skin tones in there? Oh, guess he's going too. Something to do with the light. Yep, light. Gotta fix her hair. Oops. Oh. Oop. Come on. If I can remember what it was the hair. Here goes this one. Still gotta move her clothes. Out and fix the sword still. All right, let's see. Yeah. Where the hell is the table? Yep, too fucking fast. I like the face a lot more, that's for sure. Wait, I just realized, why the fuck did it record the document? Uh, let's play that again. See. There you are, I fucking had the wrong one. Okay, cool. Alright, save again. I'm gonna try to save it as the other one. See if it even lets me. I like the way it's turning out so far. Alright, chat. I'm gonna get on out of here. Like close to 12 and stuff. But I'll be back tomorrow. Cause I got most of the stuff already finished. The few things I need to do is make the attachment for the shield and get the shield a little closer. And then move the clothing. And then I'll start working on detailing everything out. I actually like the way her face turned out though. Like I was not happy with her face for the longest. Yeah. All right, everybody. See you tomorrow. If you haven't hit the follow, appreciate it if you do. All right.